Is it good now? Tell me when you see something like that. Let me know. That's YouTube. That has nothing to do with me. But whatever. Thanks for the follow. It's working now. Okay. Weird though. Very weird. Alright, let's move on. Where was I? Garcia. All allies affected by the officer abilities will gain a bonus to all resist tests equal to 2 times officer willpower bonus. Gonna be 90, very soon to be 100. Which means 10. Okay, just let me know if it happens again. It never happened before, I don't know what it is. YouTube needs to resolve their issues, man, with streaming service. $95 willpower on Cassie. Imagine the pain. And the last one would be Pascal. Pascal is know-it-all, and Pascal, without checking anything at all, we know it's perfection under fire, because it's Pascal. And now for this. Expose weakness, because 0 is great. Then I'll immediately take it, because I keep using it with Pascal. I'm spamming expose weakness, basically. The easiest level, nothing to think about. Look at Pascal, man. He's not Moronicus anymore. Yeah, I've seen it. Double staffs, and you're good to go. Act 3 begins now. Final. Why is Master of Ceremony still here? Yo, don't want to speak with him, I want to record this. Colony from Caligos? Yeah, I can check. Once we get out of the palace. I can sit down again. Change the music. Choose Symphony of Honor and Duty Part 2. Data bank with 1 Valancius coat of arms. Can I do it again? Everything's working fine on YouTube now. Yeah. Everything's fine on Twitch as well. Before I move on. Okay. Twitch is all good. The end of Act 2 upstream. No. No. This was the end of Act 2. Now it's Act 3 when I do this. Okay. Have in mind, when I say something, you hear it a minute after. Okay, there is a delay. It's a fake real time with a minute delay. Who wanted to see a colony? Vibos, Dargonos, Kiava, Gamma, Falstone. The answer is no. The motive force is life. Die. Execute. The minds of Vibos 6 are once again in turmoil. At the depths level MD-805, the warders have discovered a mountain of mutilated bodies, as if crushed by the milestones of the mining machines. All the dead are convicts. The guards believe there is a cult of heretics operating in the ranks of slaves offering human sacrifices. The convicts themselves claim that the atrocity was committed with the order of the... I think it already happened. Orders managed to isolate the rebels. What do you think, my officers? No, it's similar to the previous one, but it's not the same. The slaves who had their brains dissected had lost any urge to cause violence and provoke others. Now they find quiet pleasure in monotonous work and lack of communications with other people. Officers noted that the experiment has been highly successful. Interrogation also did not yield any information to help identify the one behind the murders that sparked the riot. Level MD8 has been sealed. Voidship. Torpedoes gain damage. Ballistics to all party members, all range attacks deal 5% more damage. Execute. There's a washing machine bug. I need to restart the game. And off we go. Yeah, replenishing grenades, even that you play with grenades. I don't play as much with grenades. Ženo, može kafa? Eksperimentišeš? Check the journal. Wait for news from the von Valencius spies. Travel to the Atlas Reach. Talk to the officers. Complete. The incident. Travel to Atlas Reach. Where's Atlas Reach? Anyone sees Atlas Reach? Atlas Reach. Here we go. The data navigator points. Lord Captain, according to our telemetry, we arrived at the coordinates you specified. The augurs did not register any activity on the surface of the local planets, biological or otherwise, but maybe the Xenos are using their arcane technology to conceal their presence. Despite this, the augur crew managed to locate a faint signal at the system's edge. According to the data, it is coming from the unidentified vessel, drifting in the orbit of a local gas giant. My kin could have been faced with a new threat, scavengers like pirates or something worse, if they were taken prisoner. I'm begging you, Elentach, let us go to the shuttle. I can feel that the thread of fate has frayed and is about to snap. I cannot miss what may be the only chance to solve the mystery behind the disappearance of my home. Vessel, space dust, gas giant. An unusual cluster of binary asteroids before us, rich in rare metals and valuable minerals. They're moving in a fairly stable orbit. It suggests the possibility of constructing a mining station inside the drift. Due to the space dust. Reporting, our voidship has passed through a cloud of cosmic dust of unknown origin. Unfortunately, the dust particles were covered with an icy shell that's frozen into a thick sheet of the voidship hull, blocking some of technical vents. It will take time for the servitors to clear the ice. Until then, our maneuverability will be somewhat reduced. Before we move on, we got one. Holy shit, we got 1 million items. Persuasion, commerce, and Imperium needle ring. Theodora's rosary. Momentum.
Vidiš svestu.
O,
Jedna sentica. Se vidi.
vidi se. Svaka čas. Od cimetra. Ja malo dunu u nju, odlete cimet. Kažem, dunuo sam u nju, odlete sav cimet. Ekstra. Two times. Može, može. U stvari nemoj odmah. A šta bi? Za koliko bi otprilike bilo to? Dobro. Started the weather turn, they gain 2 times equipped armor deflection, temporary wounds. When the wearer's wounds drop to 0, they fall prone, gain 10% of maximum wounds as temporary wounds. Peculiar trinket. Manual grants the owner 2 times toughness bonus to medicals with toughness bonus points after using a medikit. Reduce wounds by 10%, increases critical hit chance by the toughness bonus. Rate of fire for burst weapons. Strength bonus to parry while wearing a light armor. Light armor to parry. Nah. Shrouded. Charge ability grants additional damage equal to wear willpower against Demos and Xenos. Carouse. Weapon skill. Carouse. shit with her right now. Let's go. Without Heinrichs. This covers all skill checks. Of course you do, Salamonkey, of course you do. Here we go. The shit show starts now.
The Divine watches over us.
The lanky, haggard-looking officer with sunken cheeks stares at you in fright, his body shivering as if from a feverish chill, and his eyes are darting back and forth anxiously. Your lordship, rogue trader, what brings you to our humble ship? Stop shivering like a leaf in a wind, monkey. Answer me, have you seen others like me in this system? If you have, tell me where, when, and under what circumstances your journeys crossed and diverged afterward. Officer's eyes widen at the sight of Werglia. His face grows even paler than before and his lips move in a wordless prayer, unable to utter a word in response. A whirlwind of orange and blue torments their souls. Can you not feel its gust in the air all around us? Its hues are terrifying indeed. What frightens you? Pain. Emperor, forgive me. Suicide.
You monkey never know. I'm beginning to think that your kind is eager to step into our snares.
You gasp for the poison air, and your breath scorches your insides with liquid fire from throat to lungs. Every cell in your body is engulfed in maddening pain, as you were being doused in molten metal, skinned alive and subjected to yet another form of torture. You hear sounds coming from somewhere far away, the moans of your people, the shuffling of bare feet, and faint footsteps slowly getting closer. Along the way to meeting indeed, you can barely see anything through the haze of agony, but you still remember the voice well, the voice of the Xenos who devastated your capital world. Marazhai face is hidden behind a helmet, but his tone leaves no room for doubt. He is sneering. Werglia, who is writhing in pain next to you, is barely able to breathe out. What have you done? Are you dissatisfied, my kin? I promised that you would have your precious craft world survivors. And so you will. I will take you to them. I might even be there to witness your jubilant reunion. Servo drives wine under Tech Priest's scarlet robe in a large but fruitless attempt to lift his body. The inferior flesh has betrayed me.
must have punished poorly, idle monkey. This is fine, as a captive will learn how to apply the art of torture to scour the very thought of betrayal. Marazhai takes a close look at your companion squirming in agony, then gestures nonchalantly to someone you cannot see. Bring in the injectors. The monkey I promised interventians are among them. I don't want those wretches struggle under Archmachinator is done with them. As for you, you will have your share of paralyzing dreams too, but I'm gonna keep you. You're far too precious to be surrendered to a madman playing with fire. You will rue crossing me again. You disappoint me, monkey. I heard the pleas of millions and the curses of billions. You can do better. His last words fill your head like the deafening echo of your ship's gun. The gas creeps deeper into your lungs, nibbling and then hungrily as the agony spreads down your every limb. You're suffocating. Are you enjoying the sensation? I had this poison made for you. Who would have told that a monkey would one day earn such an honor, a special gift from a draken? But your suffering, I knew the taste would be exquisite were I to add a touch of Drukhari talent for extracting anguish. However, there will be time for that later. No matter how I wish to play with you, all one after another, I need you for a purpose, rogue trader. Commorragh awaits you. All of you. Mandrakes take them, leave none behind. As I said, the shit show starts. See how better it is than in beta. I'm dead curious. Pozdrav, Dušane, pozdrav. Already looks better. Way much better than in beta, holy shit. Nice. Your consciousness emerges from an ocean of darkness and nightmares that with someone powerful hand reached into its depths and brought you into the light. In a dark room, lanky and angular shadows move around and exchange remarks. One of the shadows approaches you, tearing the veil of pain and revealing features that look familiar. You're awake, monkey. Marazhai's voice is sickeningly sweet. He's looking at you with the idle interest. Rolling a soft and milky object from the palm of the hand into the other. Our taxing masters spared no efforts to drag you out of the induced dream. I must commend the nightmare weavers. The emanations of fear you exuded in your delirium are worthy of the highest praise. However, it's high time you finish what you had been brought here for. It's high time you work for the good of the Cabal, rogue trader. Burn in the Emperor's scorching light, you filthy Xenos. Marazhai clicks his tongue and gently caresses the object in his hands with the claws of his glove, making it emit a little squeal. It looks like you've acquired a taste for pain, monkey. Have it your way then. Resist the inevitable and know a new facet of suffering. The Drukhari gestures to one of the shadows near you, and it forcibly tilts back your head. Marazhai brings the hand with the strange objects closer. You manage to make out the translucent glossy skin, the bluish pulsating organs underneath, and the little head with the serrated jaws before the Drukhari pushes the larva into your face. Willpower check failed, and I got willpower, man. -17 difficulty modifier. Man, you get the fuck out with the skill checks, okay? You get the fuck out. Sensing warmth, the creature springs into motion one moment later. It blindly pokes at your skin, it discovers your nostril. Rushes forward, stretching the skin and tearing through the mucous membrane. An unbearable pain overwhelms you as the larva begins to force its way through the soft tissue and cartilage. Each of its movements causing a crunching noise reverberates through your skull. Creature greedily bites into flesh and moves ever upward. past the bridge of your nose, past the eyes, and then something alien invades your consciousness. Darkness clouds your eyes, but the sensation of an alien presence does not relent. This is not a conscious mind, but something primitive yet unbelievably strong in its unknowable pursuit. It is crawling around in your thoughts, scratching them with its sides and changing their shape. Perhaps all this is just a bad dream, a quirk of the intellect exhausted by the endless troubles. A calumny of the mind, too weak for the burden it was made to carry. A stray light dawns at the edge of your perception. Will I recruit Marazhai? I don't know. I doubt. I really doubt. Obsidian Court. Looks 15 times better than in beta. I love it. Helios calendar reports a Xenos raid against a merchant ship in the Gartafal Calamity. Victus. We identified the breed of Xenos to pose this threat, the Eldari humanity ancient and insidious foes.
I forge my destiny among the
As
stars.
we were the only soul who managed to escape the trap on Raikad Minoris, how much truth is there to the rumor that the heretic Kunrad Wojtyver is spreading about? You're accused of consorting with the Xenos, betraying the Imperium, neglecting the interests of humankind.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Nice, fail me, explain yourself, Elentach. Why is there a shard? That went way too fast. With the bridge. Ship's bridge.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Dajcie pobiegnie. Daję. Bram, dodzi, bram, dodzi. A ne mogu da je držim, evo ovdje se ne vidi, ne znači. Ide bram. Čić.
Špacom,
Bram.
Bože, drži.
Bram. Čekaj be bram. Čekaj bram. Čekaj je. My cat has a new sweater. Ah! Šta? Čekaj be. Čekaj. I had a new fancy sweater on my cat. Ging. Čekaj me. Ja. Nema luda. Krasava. Zapinju ono vlaču. Ajde da vidimo odlič. Yo, thanks. Thanks a lot. What's my first impression? It's a great game. Nice and easy, we'll see Marazhai. I'll have separate saves for that, don't worry. Pulsating strands, stretching from under Cassia headpiece. One wraps around her neck, the other drain her lifeblood through the weeping eye sockets and mouth. Pascal augmetics were separated but not extracted from the body. The places where they connected the organic tissue are teeming with predatory millipedes that feast on the coagulating blood and accumulated pus. The exposed area of Argenta's skin is mottled with an intricate pattern of scarred blisters, crimson impressions, and charred tissue. The passing ray of light reflects off the countless tiny blades that look like they sprouted from inside. All of the cold trader bones were broke, augmented arm was ripped from its socket, and the phalanxes of every finger on the remaining hand are twisted and sticking out. Abelard Verserian limbs were amputated and then sewn back onto the body with remarkable skill and precision using human tendons. Hole. Theodora. Again. Heinrichs. Alcazar. And here comes our principal witness, the rogue trader himself. If the presented evidence was not enough to convince you, his testimony will conclude this confusing case, full of oath-breaking lies and heresy. You drag this boy to the trial and now expect someone will lend an ear to a lowly heretic testimony. I used to think better of you, Interrogator von Kellogg's. I was so very wrong. Theodora's voice sounds even harsher and angrier than you remember. Inquisitor makes a vaguely dismissive gesture. This is enough, let him speak. The sooner this business is concluded, the better. Then let us continue. Shielded by the powers of the warrant of trade granted by the Imperium, Theodora von Valentius more than once allowed herself to openly collaborate with the Xenos. She plunged her entire protectorate into apostasy and heresy, including the current rogue trader, and went out her way to prevent the Inquisition and me personally from maintaining order inside the Expanse. Does the rogue trader admit to fraternizing with the Xenos, serving them as a puppet and rejecting God Emperor Blessed Light for the sake of his heretical desires and base profits? The Xenos is gone. Why is Lord Inquisitor here? And Theodora reanimated corpse still. Didn't she die? Everything is wrong. Died, you say? Who are you talking to? If I did, you want simple truth into your head. Your role in these events is paltry. You will think I'm the Emperor of the Golden Throne if I so choose to, and think me dead if it strikes my fancy. This is not what matters right now. Just looking in your direction makes me sick. Why do I have to talk to the filth? Rogue trader, are you alright? Or was your heretical association with Xenos so disruptive that you lost your mind? The mocking words do little to hide his irritation. Interrogator is obviously unhappy with the turn the conversation is taking. Inquisitor leans forward slightly, and the sight of your anguish. For a brief moment the boredom in his eyes is gone. It was amusing, but the joke has outstayed its welcome. It is painfully obvious this heretic is dancing to your tune, his word against mine. You had lost before you unsheathed the blade, Heinrichs. You need not worry, dear Lord Captain. It was not my intention to bring up the unsupported claims. Heinrichs produces a data slate and skillfully manipulates the device until he locates the necessary information. Interrogator gives the data slate a sour look and puts it away. There was not much evidence to collect. but the mere fact that Rogue Trader inevitably ended up in the right place when Drukhari attacked his worlds and merchant vessels even sometimes late is the best proof he collaborated with other Xenos. Who else could provide the detailed information about the Cabal's future movements and raiding targets? Again, benevolence shot herent. The only plan of the Xenos that I'm aware of is the one where they're playing games with my headspace. A pathetic charade. Does it remind you of anything? You don't say. Heinrichs, what do you think he's talking about? This is obviously an attempt to disrupt the trial with a pathetic attempts at mockery. I suggest you wash your tongue and remain obedient, and perhaps, only perhaps, it will be enough to preserve your miserable life. At this point, the tribunal probably wants to know what the true intentions of the Von Valancius dynasty are. The Rogue Trader claims he has been waging war against Drukhari this entire time, except, was there really a war, or was it another carefully staged performance? Allow me to explain what actually happened. He personally invented the Drukhari to his worlds, and then used their strength and resources to sow chaos in the Expanse to gain leverage over his rivals. It is very convenient to play victim while working with those who rob your neighbors blind and terrify the worlds that pay you tribute. How much did you earn this way, Rogue Trader? Did you think I would not uncover your pathetic conspiracy? Pointedly stifle a yawn. Sorry, I think I missed the entire thing. How much longer do I have to put up with this buffoonery? Commorragh, do not try to squeeze between the spider's jaws and the strands of its web, monkey. Do what you were brought here for. Are you really saying your war with Drukhari was not a hoax? Then how did you and your foolish subjects know the coordinates of the enemy ships every time? How did you know their targets? Do you think your expert on all things Xenos was shrewd enough to divine the carefully hatched plan of the Kabbalite's finest? Only other Drukhari could do that, and even then only a few. This means there was a collusion between you. Bull-headed stubbornness does not befit a man of your pedigree. Rogue Trader, since you have decided to deny everything, I will summon another witness. I'm sure everyone will find it interesting to explore this sordid story from another angle. If the court so desires, my speech will run like a river and wash away your doubts. I found a shard of my home in the Rogue Trader chambers, an entire craft world vanished among the stars. The only clue to its fate resting in the hands of this monkey. This was when I began to suspect that he had something to do with the misfortune that had befallen my Kudara. Do not be deceived by his look. There is a cunning predator lurking behind the flutter of fragile butterfly wings. The monkey before you is a bizarre amalgamation of qualities not usually inherent in his feeble species. He mastered the mysteries of many of this world's cultures, the secrets of the universe and ancient artifacts, the fine art of war, the intricacies of deceit, all are embodied in a single monkey, however hard it may be to believe. However, the thread that bound our ways broke the moment I realized the monkey involvement in the disappearance of my home. To flee from the Rogue Trader, I tracked down and eliminated his chief tracker, who pursued our kin in this part of the galaxy for many years. Thus she earned forgiveness before the court. So Achilles did not simply vanish, you helped him disappear. I say he only himself to blame. An agent who cannot recognize an impending danger is useless. You're led. Can you not see they're manipulating us? This is just a lying farce. Iliad's light-bodied tightens when she hears her name come out of your mouth. A shred of doubt runs across the otherworldly face, but Iliad does not grace you with a look. She's stubbornly staring in the hollow eyes of the Inquisitor, languishing on your throne in apparent boredom. You're only allowed to speak when asked, but since the Rogue Trader is so eager to make his voice heard, by all means do. The court is curious to know what you gleaned from the interrogation. Hope I managed to ruin your performance, Marazhai. All you had to do was remain pliant, useless monkey. Trust me, you will be repaid for each of your antics 100-fold. You like jokes, do you? I will cut your filthy mouth wide open from ear to ear. Enough. The spell is lifted, staggering pain pierces your body, darkness clouds your vision, and noisy creeps up your throat, but the wounds you manage to forget soon remind you that you're still alive. Archon Nazrakei, muffled clapping tears you from the voice of agony. The Drukhari in the center of the chamber observe you coldly from under the golden mask, causing your insides to clench. The Draken of the Cabal of the Reaving Tempest has been cast down by his own ineptitude in an attempt to take apart in Taliana Caletriel. Never did I think that my eyes were destined to behold the greatest disgrace for the Dark One. A trueborn humbled by a lowly creature before the Council of Archons. Look at the Drukhari upon the throne. One half of his face is hidden behind a golden mask with an intimidating visage, the other half is showing malicious sharp-toothed leer. The Xenos' elaborate armor is decorated with skulls and patches of human skin impaled on countless blades and hooks. He carries himself with authority and ease, as though he's a ruler who holds the threads of fate of all those present tightly in his grasp. Look at the female Drukhari. Lord Xenos has been failed. Check failed. Xenos looks menacing. Perhaps she's the personal guard of Drukhari sitting on the throne. Look at Marazhai. There is a genuine terror in Marazhai's gaze, but his face remains impassive and calm. At one point he catches your eye, and you can clearly see he's lusting for blood, your blood. Iliad absorbs every word, occasionally wincing in pain and covering her weeping wounds. Her posture and gesture are full of tension, like prey cornered by a pack of predators. Iliad shrinks under the hungry stares of those around her. Listen. With the greatest respect, mighty Nazrakei, Archon of the Cabal of the Black Heart, first among the chosen, voice of the Overlord of the Dark City, bringer of demise, conqueror of 100 worlds, I would not dare disturb the Council of Archons, had it not been for... He dismisses Marazhai like a bothersome fly. The Council of Archons has heard enough platitudes. Drakon Marazhai no longer wishes to. That's the stranger. But they changed that. It wasn't like this. A lot has changed since beta. Vitriol verbose the cut and thrust keep time with fate's own machinations grave, but whose deft footwork leads to naught but dust. Well, from its brutal finish none can save, display the puppet master granted me through murkly stalls a path obligingly. The great puppet master has vexed himself invited you to this chamber. No matter you may be our guest, Arabanian, but you're merely a spectator in this performance, and spectators do not belong on a stage, as you undoubtedly know. Do not interfere. A shadow in shadows will I be. Look at the Eldari who interrupted the trial. Check failed, the smooth subtle... It's so fucking stupid with checks that I'll freak out of it. Okay, it's irritating. Irritating. I need to take a piss. Be right back fast. Goddamn checks. Stopping the lore completely, and if I reset it, then it would take 1 million years. Be right back. Naravno izlazim s kuće. A grevlica koja im radi... Pa dobro, to riši u tom slučaju.
Well, if you want lore in it, you play on easy difficulty. Then you won't fail the skill checks. But it sucks. I wish they were lower. Recall what you know about Vect. Of course, it's a fail. Damn Xenos, I'll burn all of you in this den of heresy in the God's Emperor name. The words almost fly from your lips when a sharp pain seizes your head in a vice-like grip. Blood and noisy roil inside your throat, and the world starts swaying before your eyes. It looks like the creature Marazhai shoved into your head is still suppressing your will with all its might. You can already feel its approaching demise. Rid the Council of Archons of this pathetic wretch and the refuse he dared to drag into the palace. The arena will strip Marazhai of his titles and his skin, and the contender's blows will break his bones and his pride. Nothing but blood and suffering will wash away the shame the foolish Draken has brought upon himself this day. Does the Council of Archons only consist of the deaf and blind? Marazhai angrily draws his blades, preparing to fight back. The Archon nods in satisfaction and makes an unfamiliar gesture. The guards draw closer to you. Let us return to you, Melice. The laughter of the Mesic Xenos interrupts the Archon and echoes under the walls of the chamber in resounding baritone. And all the masks upon their marks now stand, the slave of vanity the spire ascends. The thief and traitor cast downward by her hand, unbeknownst to all, their fate depends upon a lead unseen, a player green. The Xenos leans forward and eyes you with a genuine interest. The mask hides his narrow face, and his motley garb shimmers in a dim light. Is this how you treat the hospitality of Commorragh, Arabenian? I thought your words were worth more. You insult me by interrupting the trial again. The Xenos sweeps into a theatrical bow, without taking his eyes off Nazrake's face. You Archons speak just a rebuke. In truth, fate melodies in snarls fantastic have entrapped me here, and when I heard them play, I could not keep my lips from grinning wide. Here comes the hour for shadows to retreat, to where the curtain waits to rise. The laugh with no beginning now sends for the call. They just nabbed me. Get them.
Better crippled in body than corrupt in mind.
Desperam, sit, abi directus.
The world is an impenetrable haze of warm pain. You lie motionless. Now you rest in the murky gloom, slowly dissolving into nothingness. Sometime your repose is troubled by unpleasant and persistent tremors coming from the place where your legs used to be. You do your best to ignore them. Stranger, away you vulture, this is not your prey. A vaguely familiar voice reaches you through the curtain of darkness. But your disobedient thoughts refuse to reveal where and when you heard it before. Was it just recently, or 100 lifetimes ago? The trembling coming from your legs is replaced with a violent jerking motion, and then it finally stops. From this phantasmagoria retreat and deftly seize my merchant vagabond. The puppet master strings left dangling again rise up to take your place and dance. A spark ignites in the darkness, and its light ruthlessly cuts through the gloom that envelops you. An ugly image of the reality around you assaults your retina. You can feel your body again and realize it is filled with pain. Your shoulder is sore from an injection. Until I get a cup of recaf, my vital status is yet to be determined. Alas, the bliss of death will save you not. The whirling waltz of chance and gloom you'll dance. A prickling sensation burns your shoulder. In the darkness, it less fully withdraws from your mind. Whatever the injection was, it is making your heart beat a frenzied tattoo and your pupils narrow, so that you now register every detail of disgusting place in which you have found yourself in merciless clarity. Carouse, feel your body. Of course, it's a fail. Every single inch of your body is suffering. Satisfied with this result, you do not delve into the detailed examination of your misfortune. All your equipment is gone, as are your shoes. You do not even have a knife at hand to fend off enemies, or to open your veins. But look around. You're surrounded by the dead, numerous corpses, mutilated bodies, and pieces thereof. Humans, Drukhari, and other Xenos unfamiliar to you lie motionless in this gruesome mortuary. Look at your rescuer. Your eyes refuse to focus on the bloody figure of the person who came to your aid. He appears to be tall, and your mind emphatically refuses to continue, for every moment of concentration causes you suffering. Where am I? Among the shadows in the wings you lie, where taut are pulled the puppet's master strings. Stranger intricately links his fingers to mimic the tools of a puppeteer. Where are my companions? Not here. The roles have been decided now, but if you play your part, perhaps the plot will draw you back together, or to doom. The figure's cruel laughter follows. This overture in verse, the final lines, the merchant time to tread the boards has come. Embark you now upon your pilgrimage, and take my parting gift, a humble prop. He gave us the gift from beyond the grave. Attempt to rise. You may have commanded multiple planets and millions of lives in your former life, but in this new reality, not even your own feet will obey you. As if to punish you for your arrogance, your disobedient limbs send a sharp jolt of pain up your body. Requires benevolentia willpower. Remember all the people whose life depends on you. Imperialis willpower. Overcome this trial in the Emperor's name, for your service to him is not yet ended. Go with the Imperialis. Oh, succeeded. Your cracked lips work in tandem with your burning lungs to expel the familiar words of prayer. Each uttered line fills your body with his light, giving you strength and driving away the pain, as if the Emperor himself is commanding you to rise and make another attempt. We gain the plus steel discipline. Permanent. Effect that we don't know what it does. Okay. Your bare feet feel like they're stuffed with rags and refuse to obey. You have to draw upon all your willpower to suppress the rebellion and stand upright. The pain that engulfs your whole body immediately makes you question the wisdom of this act of defiance. Find a way to escape Commorragh. And my strength is 1. My perception is 1. These penalties on unfair I can only imagine.
Suffering will make me forget his sacred words. Burn the heretic. Kill the mutants. Purge the unclean.
Something has upped your skin's sensitivity of 100-fold. Even a slight breeze now causes your searing pain. Your tendons have been carefully cut with a thin and sharp blade in order to cripple you without completely robbing you of the ability to move. You can feel something crawling inside your eye. You lost most of the vision. Your bones have deformed, curved, and misaligned, making your movements clumsy and your body feel alien. A head trauma, and your body is mangled by cruel torture. You're on the verge of death. Well, this is gonna be a long act. Yeah, this is full of skill checks. And I'm on unfair. more? I doubt. It's just the start. I really doubt. Because there's Xavier Calcazar in football as well. I doubt. It's gonna be like 60, 70 hours longer. The corpse smile at you with warmth and whisper quietly, "You're done with. Join us." The corpse falls down here from above. You hear the whispering about the beauty of their long descent and the cruelty of the impact that broke their cold bodies. Beggar. It is nigh impossible to identify this horrendous spawn dressed in rags as a human being, or rather a genetic anathema descended from human beings. The mutant's hideous appearance is complemented by brutal scars and a partially flayed face. You seem to have made an equally poor impression on the wretched beggar. He sizes you up and rasps, "You look like a Groxpat. Are you still breathing with wounds like that?" Perception check failed. This is a robbery. Perhaps if you had been holding your weapon from the start, you would have a chance to beat the beggar to the draw. Instead, by the time you pull out your pistol, you're already staring down the barrel of the pistol in his hands. Here's a lesson for you. It's considered bad taste in the spires of rummage for your weapon for too long. Except this lesson won't do you much good unless you beat it right now. Good reflexes, I propose we go our separate ways in peace. You must be out of your bloody mind, you won't last long here. Oh man.
We are bound
I ain't
by the
touching a
blood of
thing
martyrs.
here. Blessed Voidship, he killed your people, tore down your banner and replaced it with his heretical rag.
Know your duty.
Find help. Escape the corpse dump. Your wounds barely hurt at all. Your body feels surprisingly light.
The divine watches over us.
You'll suffer exquisitely.
Oh man. %36% chance to go around and sneak behind them. Or I can opt in to move out fast now. Whoa,
Let
whoa,
us
whoa,
walk
whoa.
this path to the end.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa. Nice. Now what? Barking of a weapon discharge will become Theodora's disapproving grumble. Do you consider that to be the face of a rogue trader? Your brave enforcers spend their every waking moment training. After all, Voidship could return at any moment to try to take over your ship again.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
The den You found yourself pen is filled with heady smoke, and the walls are lined with the living shadows. The center of attention is a snake-like Xenos. He is engaged in conversation with a pale-headed-looking Drukhari and pays you no mind, much like everyone else in here. Lord Xenos failed. This particular breed of abominable Xenos is not familiar to you, but its appearance alone sparks off a vicious nature and inborn wickedness. Survey the room with medic. Failed. Everyone gathered here is armed. They all bear scars and some even have fresh wounds. You notice a few humans among the Xenos. They clamor in a mishmash of tongues and their laughter rings with lunacy and bloodlust. The air is thick with an all-pervading sense of doom. Observe the scaled Xenos. The leader of this gang is powerfully built. His scaled hide is reinforced with engraved metal in several spots. His long tail coils around and around as his snake-like head sways gently from side to side. The Xenos is enjoying a state of blissful relaxation. His companion, the Count Drukhari, is looking at him obsequiously. Her entire body is adorned with hundreds of embedded steel beads and thousands of red injector marks. Address the leader, may we speak? The snake-like Xenos either fails to notice your presence or is simply ignoring you. Iridescent eyelid membranes slide over his eyes, momentarily shuttering them. No doubt a telling look among his kind. Without deigning to look at you, the cadaverous Drukhari mutters, Melice wants you to disappear, pathetic whelp. Lovely day we're having it, isn't it? You're Melice, I take it. His serpentine head turns to you with human fluidity. His forked tongue tasting the air. I'm Melice, and you're inconvenience. Get lost or you'll find out how Melice deals with inconvenience as humanling. I require aid, I'm wounded. What makes you think I care? No, don't answer, I don't care what makes you think that. I can pay you handsomely for your assistance. You have nothing, don't waste my time. The Xenos keeps his attention focused on Drukhari, but his scaled fingers holding an elegant-looking injector clench in displeasure. He speaks slowly and indolently like a snake about to enter Drumage. Shoot Drukhari in the head. Is there a problem with your hearing? I come to you with a business proposal. Coercion. Carouse. Grab the injector from his hand and use it on yourself. I need this more than you do, Serpent. 25%. I have power, I can make you rich. This place does not believe in promises, humanling. Commorragh believes only in strength and spilled blood. You spilled plenty of your own blood on my floor, and I see no strength in you. I will render valuable services in exchange for it. Shoot the Drukhari. Oh, but it failed. Drukhari head shatters, and some of the scraps stick to the snake-like Xenos face. You now have his undivided attention, and that of everyone else in the room. The Xenocidal apathy drops in an instant, and his tail coils as he readies himself to strike. You try to anticipate his attack with a pistol shot, but he is too quick. You watch in detached surprise as drops of something red spray slowly through the air. Is that your blood? The clawed hand that has sliced open your throat leaves behind a crimson trail. Surprise is the last emotion you feel before your consciousness goes dark for good. Dead. You can end up dead with these insane skill checks. You can end up dead. Skill checks are fucking crazy. And that's a fact.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Crazy.
shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Huge problem with this difficult. Huge problem.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
What use could you be to me? If you wanna serve, I have a test for you. The dense temperature is controlled by an atmospheric convector. The scavenger who sold it to me forgot to mention it was faulty. Unfortunately for him, he was unable to repair it. Now the scavenger is dead, and I have to suffer the discomfort. My race is cold-blooded. We like our nests warm. None of my gang have a neck for hardware, so if you can fix the convector, I'll take pity on you. You're just mocking me, aren't you? By giving me this grubby little job? Why shouldn't I? I'm allowed to enjoy myself, or perhaps it's just that I don't believe you're capable of anything more. Come on, work! Oh! Succeeded. The Drukhari head shatters and some of the scrap sticks to the snake-like Xenos face, unites his undivided attention. The Xenos idle apathy drops in an instant. His tail coils as he readies himself to strike, but he freezes. His eyes are transfixed on the barrel of the pistol aimed at his face. With a satisfied hiss, he says, I respect the fearless. What do you want? I need a healer. And what will you give me in return? We shall discuss this later. The little strength you had left in your body has run out. You collapse to the floor, and the darkness that nearly extinguished your mind permanently envelops your vision once more. We gain the prone effect for permanent. Through the drumbeat of your heart, you hear Melice's voice from somewhere far away patch up the humanling. He has a character. I like those ones. Sensation slowly returns to you. Your body is still in pain, but you're no longer on the brink of death. Your wounds have been crudely closed with metal clamps, and your throat is packed with injector tracks, as though you have been wearing a neck pillow of needles. The one who rendered this first aid to you was certainly not a qualified chirurgeon, someone who won't typically be permitted to minister to the person of the illustrious rogue trader. It looks like you're back with us. I don't know whether to offer my congratulations or commiserations. Scaled Xenos look at you without the slightest deference. We wait silently for the Xenos to continue. Enough lying around, get up and we will discuss how you're going to pay for your rescue. As soon as you stand up, you're seized by a strange sense of unreality. It is as if you are still there, in the wicked darkness, and everything around you is merely a twisted mirage. Doubt seeps into your mind like a poison, sundering its contact with your body. You have to make a deliberate effort to hold on to that thought that you're you. What is your mind maggot giving you trouble? I saw it latch onto your spinal cord when you were being patched up. A fat, well-fed grub it was, with lots of teeth. It's dying now. They have a short lifespan, and that means its poison is especially toxic. You'll lose touch with reality from time to time, and when the mind maggot dies, the final dose of poison will make you think your body is not your body at all, and then your heart will just stop beating. Mind maggot agony, effect for permanent. I could have pulled that thing out of you, of course, but I thought, why should I? Consider it a guarantee of your gratitude toward me. When you earn your healing, I'll release you from it. What is a mind maggot? A kind of translucent slug. It's a parasite that can only be found on this side of reality. Mind maggots feed on your memory and they inject toxic hallucinations into your mind to stop you resisting. Drukhari can train these creatures and use them to show their victims devious mirages. What do you want? Kill for me. Go into the mangled sector and find a freak called the Commissar. One of your kind, and spill his guts for me. Do that and you will earn my favor. And in the chasm, that counts for a lot. As a sign of my favor, I'll give you slave fighters. They wandered into the den while I was healing you, and called themselves your bodyguards. I'm gonna need a more serious weapon. Prove that you're useful first. Do this and Melice will see that you have decent toys to play with, but not before. In the meantime, you can pick something out of the junk pile. He gestures at a container. Why you want me to do it? I want to drag my whole gang into the mangled sector. The place will kill off 3 times more fighters than the Commissar crew will. That means I need to send in an assassin. Commissar fighters know my shriekers, but nobody knows you. And besides, you don't have a choice, which means you'll see it through to the end. What an off-putting name. It's an off-putting place. It's the base of the spire in which we live. Commorragh is stitched together from scraps of various dimensions, and in the mangled sector, the seams are starting to rip. Space is collapsing in itself, and entropic radiation is out of scale, spawning all kinds of abominations. The sector itself is slowly but surely turning into nothing. Some unhinged humanling went there recently. What did they call him? Warsoeran. He was old but strong and too loud. His visit probably stirred up all the freaks. You should be more careful and quieter than he was. Who's the Commissar? A prisoner of the Drukhari, who thinks too highly of himself. Instead of dying in the arena without any fuss, he's hiding, gathering other slaves of your race around him, and making pathetic plans to get his revenge. Many of your kind are listening to him. See how few humanling shriekers there are. They used to all come to me, but now they listen to Commissar and no longer come. Okay. Bring me his head, and in exchange I will share my toys with you. They make surviving in Commorragh possible. If you think of lying to me and running, when you're on the street, look out for a humanling dressed in red, with a cog on his chest and a face full of misery. See how he is dying alone with nobody to help him. Your death will be just the same. We need to assemble the team back. Mind maggot agony. Bloody hell, I still got a head trauma.
Know your duty. Let us walk this path to the end. The Divine watches over us.
How is Commorragh structured? It's hidden on the underside of existence and is stitched together from scraps of various dimensions and spaces. Long ago, Eldari created this place as a port, but now it's the refuge from the she who thirsts. Commorragh has more bleeding spires than you can count, powered by the energy of the stolen suns. An eternal war for power rages here. Ambitions and passions are the fuel in the fire of the endless conflict of the open clashes and covert treachery. The tops of the spires are the domain of the Cabal Archons, and reigning over all is Adrubal Wecht, the supreme overlord of the Cabal of the Black Heart. You will see them, the ruling elite, when you die in the arena, and they will feed on your suffering and gain new youth through it. They seem eternal, they live so long, but they will die one day. Commorragh itself will die. It has been dying for thousands of years already, disintegrating at its foundation. Nothing in this world is eternal. Where exactly are we in Commorragh? This is the chasm, the place where those destined for the arena of the witch cult of the fatal thirst, aka out their existence. It's also where the Hemonoclus cast-offs end up. Terventius from the Coven of the Baleful Thorn. He has his own little nuke where he conducts his experiments. The chasm is endless source of raw material for his work, and the best results are destined for the Cabal of the Living Tempest, the patron witch cult and Terventius in particular. Why do you think I wound up here? I couldn't care less. Tell me about your kind. The Slit. My kind were a greedy people. We always wanted more, and that's why we were rapacious and indomitable. Nothing could sate our growing appetite. We could have conquered half the universe if we needed to. The bonds that held us together fell away, replaced by more beneficial and attractive alliances. And my kind scattered. Some called it the fall of our civilization, but they did not understand the realization we had come to. That no one needs other people, all you need is yourself.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
I can't heal up, I need my companions. And we need to do the best.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
I can say one thing, it's already way much better than in beta. Already way much better.
My destiny among the stars.
What the fuck?
The Divine watches over us. We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours. We are bound by the blood of martyrs. Let us walk this path to the end. With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Not this way, meat. Oh my god.
The Divine watches over us. We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Such a thing.
Let the faith guide my path to glory. Let us walk this path to the end.
There's a portal here.
Know your duty. With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars. We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Larden, I can't pass with athletics. What the fuck will I do? Shit. Yell! There should be a skill check. Yell!
The divine watches over us. We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours. Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Rogue trader. The God Emperor did not forsake his chosen one. I prayed for our paths to cross once more. Your arrival is timely indeed. With the Emperor chosen on our side, we can come out of hiding and exact vengeance upon the enemies of humanity. But I shouldn't take up your time. Speak instead of to the Commissar, the one who leads these valiant souls. He will tell you everything you need to know. What happened to you after we ran into the trap? My memory betrays me. I lost consciousness soon after they dragged us into the shadows. I came to you in a filthy arena. They had set some clothed beast against me. When I slew it, they sent another. I killed them all, one after another. And the unseen spectator demanded more and more. At last I had an opportunity. One of the beasts fought to damage the enclosure, and I managed to escape the arena. You should have seen how quickly the scum who whooped and sheared from the stands set off after me. I forged a path with a sword and a bolter, and wandered for a long time in darkness. Then I wandered up here, where a loyal servant of the Emperor found me and gave me a chance to serve him again. Who is the Commissar? A loyal servant of the Emperor, who not lost the will to fight even in this impenetrable gloom.
He has mastered the resistance, everyone who can hold a weapon and refuses to accept the fate of a toy in the clutches of wild Xenos. The dwellers of these dungeons are myriad and most are lacking in soul, courage, or willpower. The Commissar and his associates seeks out the true champions of the Imperium among them and prepare those people for the battle against the Xenos. Providence itself has brought me here. I assisted the Commissar in his search in hopes of finding you among the captives. Devoted myself to helping the faithful, yet frail, pluck up the strength and guiding the able, yet desperate towards the hope. And my efforts have already borne fruit. 2 squads have gone on scouting mission to discover safe passage out of Commorragh. Gesture at Argenta's audience. Who are these people? I found them, subjects of the Imperium who were taken to this den of misery and despair, scattered across the West Chasm. They were condemned to suffer the amusement of enemies of humanity, but the beasts were wrong in thinking we would simply resign ourselves to our fate, share my fate in the future with them. The future will claim with his name on the tips of our tongues. Will you join me? I served the resistance for as long as I could. My duty to these people is done. It is high time I rejoined you and pursued my original mission, but first allow me to address a few final words of the guidance to my flock. Servants of the Emperor, children of humanity, be strong in your resolve and pure in your faith, for our deliverance is at hand. Steel your hearts, for a great trial lies ahead of us, but the reward for passing it is freedom. We got
With each step,
Argenta, and she's not so only my main spot. Argenta has her full gear, everything, which is quite good, because I really need her. But still it's gonna be tough.
let us walk this path. We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Sorry. Another loyal servant of the throne has found his way through these confounded catacombs. Fear not, approach. If you fate an emperor, then you will find only allies here. We may be in Commorragh, but I'm still a rogue trader, and you will greet me as befits my rank on your knees. All of you kneel before the rogue trader, God Emperor Steward beyond the borders of the blessed Imperium. Your lordship, it's an honor. Look at the Commissar. One might think that the archetypical commissars from Imperial Guard propaganda posters are all life drawings of this man. He has a large and powerful jaw, his eyes are hard and fearless, and a small scar over his brow adds a certain rugged charm to his features. His coat, though worn, has been diligently cleaned and mended, and the skull on his tall cap has been polished to a shine. I require medical assistance. You do not look too badly injured, and we're suffering from a severe shortage of medical supplies. Better to save what we have for critical situations. Melice sent me for your head, however I have no desire to cause you harm. That scaled miscreant has long since wanted me dead. He craves my soldiers, he forced us from our base to this perilous place. He will pay for his scheme soon, once my plan is set in motion. It's a disgrace to serve one such as he. You ought to join our ranks instead. Together we will break out this accursed city. What is your escape plan? Some of our own have captured... Kako!
Evo za 2 minuta. Somewhere along, he captured a small Xenos ship that was moored for repairs at a remote unused dock. They eliminated the crew quietly, but left the pilot alive to sail the ship back to real space. We can get to the dock through a dimensional portal located at their old base. With Sergeant Vigaste's squad that was tasked with capturing the ship, did he survive? The Emperor protected him. He did not fail the Emperor. Vigastes is in good health and waiting for us to arrive. Regrettably, Melice and his Shriekers drove us out and took over the base, so the first order of business will be to confront him there. I propose that you take him by surprise and deliver the first strike. We will support the attack from the outside. Logic failed. Commissar plan is bold and the odds of succeeding are bleak. How you managed to accomplish so much? I believe my original plan is more sound than what you're proposing. I shall gain melee support. Wait, this man is our friend and the Emperor dutiful servant. Why would you seek his death? I do not trust him. In this place everyone is a liar. Although I disagree, I have sworn to accompany you and protect you. I will not break the oath even here, in this den of unspeakable profanity. You betrayed me, Sister Argenta, defector. Your fate is weak and pitiful. Brothers and sisters in arms, destroy the traitor who kills at the behest of Xenos.
Grovel before the faithful.
Commissar is strong, and there's only me and Argenta, and 1 million of them. It's impossible. Yeah, on easier difficulties, yeah, on unfair you can't play like this.
Join me in prayer.
You can't even reallocate, man.
Rejoice.
I'm
in
restless.
service. Actions
The
will
Emperor
speak
sets my
louder
path.
than words.
This is insane. My wife prepared in short pause, 10 or so minutes, so I eat, and then we're gonna continue. Be right back in 10 minutes. Let's move on.
Know your duty.
What's up? Melice. Because we know that this is impossible, I need to try and get Abelard. But how am I supposed to do it, man? 10% chance. Sure. Pure fucking idiotism, the skill checks here.
The divine watches over us. Let us walk this path to the end.
I failed.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Wake up, Abelard. You can barely recognize your loyal seneschal, Abelard Verserian, in this pitiful hunchback figure. His officer bearing, his broad shoulders, his direct and piercing gaze, all gone without a trace. What you see before you is a decrepit, quivering old man, rummaging through malodorous refuse and mumbling under his breath. Quaterina love, why second fruits, of course love, the children are making mischief again. Seneschal, this is your Lord Captain speaking. Be here. Requires Imperialis, Seneschal, the addendum prefactorium militarum to the Tactica Imperium states that an army officer of the Imperium who submits to a third-degree Xeno influence or higher is to be considered a traitor and a heretic. I have no heretics under my command, Seneschal. I order you to conquer this illusion at once and don't make me repeat myself. Abelard flinches, his brow furrows and glow lights up in his watering eyes. Heretic, I recommended you brush up on your regulations before accusing an officer. The addendum primum mirandum abolished the Xeno influence categorization and therefore... Graxid, Lord Captain, you're alive. Thank the god, Emperor, that has not found you yet. Then again, given the circumstances, it may be for the worst. What happened, Abelard? The thrice-blasted Xenos simply chucked me aside like a pile of rubbish. I went to look out for you, for help, and I ended up here. This is where it found me. That thing, memory fails me. All I can remember is bits and pieces, and needles. It pumps something out of me, and it pumps something in. seem to be in one piece except that creature. How should I put this? It's needless siphon the strength out of me. I feel older by a good decade or two. Never think I'd live long enough to be senile. What was the thing that attacked you? Spawn of nightmares, so ghastly my mind refuses to picture a clear image of it. Nothing but meat, metal and many needles. It feasted on me. Feasted on my very soul. Would have devoured me whole if it hadn't gorged itself on another prey before me. I shall find a way to get your time back, Seneschal. Who is Katarina? My late wife, Lord Captain, I think. Where are the others? Reunion.
What advice do you seek?
Stolen time. Stolen Avalar's health and vigor. And aged him several decades. Not as strong as he used to be. Yo. Where is the bloody thing? I got 0 meltas available.
Let the faith guide.
Oh, they changed it. It's not here anymore. 55%.
Who thought that was a good idea? Lesson learned. Who thought that was a good idea? A soldier would have been disciplined for such a performance.
I think it's doable no matter the debuffs. Argenta is good in kicking, and I play an officer. I would buff the living shit out of her. She couldn't deal with it.
Who thought that was a good idea?
So I guess it will be fine. But the skill checks are... I don't know what to say about the skill checks.
Lesson learned.
I easily don't know what to think about the skill checks anymore.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours. With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
No one has that. Retrieve the save. 30 athletics. fucking try like 5 times.
A soldier would have been disciplined for such a performance. Lesson learned. Who thought that was a good idea?
I don't know what I'm supposed to do with the skill checks. I really don't know what I'm supposed to do with the skill checks. It's beyond irritating.
A soldier would have been disciplined for such a performance. Who thought that was a good idea? Lesson learned.
The Divine watches over us.
A soldier would have been disciplined for such a performance.
I really don't care if it's story mod, easy, core, or unfair I'm playing on. When athletics is maxed out on one of the characters, like it is on Abelard, when persuasion is maxed out on the main, demolitions on Argenta, and so on, they are supposed to know a thing or two about it. You know.
Lesson learned.
This ain't normal. First of all, that ain't 20%, 10%, 30, 55% like it was. That ain't fucking normal, it's not. It feels like it's 0.5% chance to succeed.
Who thought that was a good
You
idea?
get the fuck out, okay? Come on. I would win on roulette by now 15 times if I was shooting for 36 numbers.
Lesson learned.
I think my stuff is there. I think my stuff is there in the safe. Not sure why, but I think I should have all of my gear there.
Who thought that was a good idea?
But 30%.
Lesson learned.
Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. Once more and I'm not trying it again. I can't fucking believe it.
A soldier would have been disciplined for such a performance.
I need the rest of the crew. I really need the rest of the crew. Immediately. Once God Lord Zenos, don't throw.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Possible. Maybe Argenta can do something here. Ballistic. Only 60. Hey, I don't know if we can get it higher.
Join
Here.
me in prayer.
Get this. Everything went into ballistics at 60. It's easily 60, everything went into ballistic.
This task should have been accomplished easily.
Hey! You won't get higher ballistics at this point. You just won't. No matter what you equip.
I failed.
Deal. That should be instant success.
The burden of failure is the most terrible punishment. This task should have been accomplished easily.
60.
I failed.
Ženo, daj mi beli ugalj.
This task should have been accomplished easily.
Imagine an unfair. It's not gun, it's there. The assassin.
I failed.
But look at this, 60%. Realize this. Zašto za gde? Koju? Ostavi pa ću kad dođem tamo da je stavim. Ne moraš odmah, ne treba hitno.
This task should have been accomplished easily. I failed.
Wonder if I should restart the game.
The burden of failure is the most terrible punishment. Never doubt me.
It worked after 15 times on 60%.
Know
I
your
get it, you
duty.
fail once, twice, even 3 times, but 15 times. Perception bonus to dodge against enemies under the effect of exposed weakness.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Lore warp 5%.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
How will the fight be?
We are bound by the blood of
35% Medicare. Right. Here we go. 30 attempts in a row. I can feel it.
Who thought that was a good idea?
Checks are. I already said, like, I don't care if it's unfair. If you are proficient at something, athletics and so on, every character should be proficient at something. So success chance, it should never be below 40-50%, depends on what the reward is. This is just,
Lesson learned.
it's lunacy, man. It's, come on. What was it, like 3 days ago? I rolled 10 times on 90%. 10 times on 90%. Hey!
Who thought that was a good idea?
For a lore check. Okay, for the story. It doesn't even bring anything. The most irritating thing in a game right now,
A soldier would have been disciplined for
because everything else is brilliant, but the most irritating thing in a game is our fucking skill checks. They're out of order, man. It stops progress, okay? It annoys you. I don't know how to describe skill checks.
Lesson learned.
In Wrath of the Righteous on Unfair, those skill checks were fine. You know, it happened, you fail from time to time, but in most of the cases, you were able to do all skill checks. With 1-2 quick loads, that's about it on Unfair. If you're proficient at the skill check. Here, when you're proficient, you need 15 to 20 attempts.
Who thought that was a good idea?
Good. Is everything fine on Twitch? Co ci będę miał? Kod mene je sve okej. Pa džaba, meni je sve okej. Pa refreshuj! Ma daj. Oh.
Let us walk this path to the end.
My wife tells me how it's not working for her. I don't know what she's doing on the PC over there. It's really frozen.
Lesson learned.
Lesson learned. Big skill checks. Holy shit. Never seen something like this in my life with skill checks. It was agonizing during Act 2, now it's fucking impossible.
A soldier would have been disciplined for such a performance.
I ain't fucking real. Well, you see that I haven't touched a single skill check till now.
Lesson learned.
Now get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. My button fell off. From quick loading. I smacked it so many times it fell off because of the skill checks.
Who thought that was a good idea?
We did a fight. There is no point. There's literally no point.
My faith is my shield. The divine watch.
If it can be done, of course. The commissar says hello. Few humanlings have plotted against me. How predictable. Shriekers kill the humanlings slowly. I wanna enjoy his story.
The impure cannot escape their fate.
184. Holy shit. Holy, holy. There is no fucking way. There is no way. Borderline impossible.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Literally impossible.
Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commanded, is why I was chosen.
Also, you the real pain.
My soul shall become fire.
Very funny. Hilarious. Hilarious.
Force in our ranks.
My armor is contempt.
Very, very funny.
The Emperor commands. Rejoice in service. I will not be deterred. Rejoice in service.
Very fucking funny, man.
Power resides in the will of the righteous.
It will be done. Indeed.
My enemies shall be
redouble
crushed
our
like
efforts.
dust beneath my feet.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Brace yourself, Abelard, it's all on you. These are the stats. Enough to kill them never. I mean that they can't breach through him with all of this. So I guess it's fine if you can soak it up.
It will be done. I took care of this one.
You will pay for this blood.
Victory is imminent. We'll rule the stars themselves.
It's bugged, I can't even click here.
At your beck and call.
Ah, yeah, sure.
That's not the Seneschal's job.
Ah, sure.
It will be done.
Pain and duty go.
My ears are ringing. I will do my duty. At your beck and call. Indeed.
Your skill is lacking.
Maybe I can win if Abelard can out-sustain. But goddammit, it's not.
Suffered worse. It will be done. I will do my duty.
I'll return the pain tenfold.
Just a minor setback. It will be done. Indeed. Someone else can do this. You to dust.
my worst day. Oh, yes.
Oh my god, 3 times prone in a row. Mega Man, please.
I'll reverse to more conservative tactics.
The punching bag, Abelard.
Not my worst day. Yes, I'll be back.
You fucking hell, you're gonna sustain forever. I don't know what to do. And how to do it. He needs to stay up front and guard.
With each step, I forge
Has
my
to be a way
destiny
here.
among the stars. Grovel before the faithful.
Fear me, monkey.
And so shall it be done.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Actions will speak louder than words.
Good job. Good job. It's a 6% chance to hit with a devastate.
Doubt is for the weak.
I got him down, bro.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. You, my Emperor! Faith without deeds is worthless. Doubt is for the weak.
My place is at the fore. It will be done. I'd rather not. I've suffered worse.
Yeah, good brick wall, Abelard.
And so it shall be done. Rejoice in service. And so shall it be done.
I'll do it.
Your skill is lacking.
My ears are ringing.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. I will not!
Killing is my art.
At your beck and call. I'm not interested. It will be done. Target well
You
struck.
strike at the Emperor's faithful.
At your beck and call.
You will pay for this.
Pain is temporary. Legacy is forever.
That's nothing worse.
Unbroken.
By the manner of their death, we shall know them. Ministration is a holy task. Guided by faith! Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act. I am his will made manifest. Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. That is not the Emperor's will. Go into the Emperor's light, for I am his chosen.
To a target. It will be done. At your beck and call. I will do my duty. Brace yourself, Abelard.
To the heretics.
Reduced to dust. I've suffered worse. At your beck and call. It will be done. Indeed.
13%
I will do
chance
my
to
duty.
hit. 13% chance.
At
to
your
hit.
beck and call. It will be done. Victory is imminent. That's nothing worse.
Well done. Kill Melice. Nice.
At your beck and call. It will be done. Just a minor setback. At your beck and call. Indeed.
Good job,
Pain
Commissar.
and duty
Wake
go
up,
hand
alert.
in hand. At your beck and call. Someone else can do this. It will be done. My ears are ringing.
There's so much I can do, okay.
At your beck and call. I will do my duty.
Stink as fuck.
I've suffered worse.
Those crits are 100 and above on anyone else.
Victory is imminent. Indeed. At your beck and call.
High momentum.
For von Valancius! I will do my duty. I'd rather not. At your beck and call. That's not the Seneschal's job. It will be done. Victory is imminent. It will be done.
Around 13.
Brace yourself, Avalon!
Holy shit, hallelujah. Victory, comrades! Duty beckons. Our allies are waiting on the other side of this strange rift, so let us not waste time. What exactly awaits us on the other side? Little comrades on a stolen escort ship with its pilot taken hostage will take us back to real space. Where Emperor willing, we will send out distress call and be saved. By his grace, may this turn out to be true. Earth's voice is dull and lifeless. Are you coming with us? We'll bring up the rear and make sure no one falls behind. You will lead the charge. Act as a shining example of duty and valor. Onward into death. The Emperor is watching. You man, you can't just deny this.
Let the faith guide my path.
Or just
to
wake him
glory.
now. I can say it's a rough fight, it's like impossible fight.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
And if I wasn't playing a build on Abelard that I'm playing right now, in all other scenarios, this fight would be impossible. In all other scenarios, if I haven't brought Abelard,
Know your
if I brought Heinrichs instead of Abelard, or God forbid Idira, or I don't know who else, 100% impossible fight. This was all on Abelard and his insane deflection with all of those buffs and permanent wounds and so on. But man,
A soldier would have been disciplined for such a performance.
no comment. I'm telling you, without Abelard, fight is impossible. For sure.
Lesson learned.
Yeah, Street. This was the last in bait. True. Checks are harder than impossible fights in
Who
combat.
thought that was a good idea?
This is like 30 times I've been trying this check out. Like, yeah, you're completely limited on options here. You get only one option, and that option is what you see here. Okay, it has to look exactly like this. Okay, every talent, everything that I took, it has to look exactly like this. And everything that I took here, it has to look exactly like this. If you miss like a talent or two, you can die. So if it doesn't look like this, you don't play on unfair. And on top of it all, if you don't have this, okay, 85% 5 armor deflection, you're dead. So, have you seen the skill 3 plus this? This is the only way to win on unfair against Melice. There is no other way. It doesn't exist. What do you have? You have Heinrichs. He's gonna get one-shotted. You have Idira, one-shotted. God forbid Jai Hildari. I think she would die just from the air in this place. The rest are not tanks. Just, it's impossible without Abelard.
watches over us.
The only way is with Abelard. No, something needs to be done about balancing. And I will need to report all of this to Alcat. Something needs to be done. Okay, this is not how you do it. I get it because of the story. It's fun. Okay, getting one by one and then you're suffering and so on. But skill checks are harder than the actual combat. And when there is combat, again, without a full tank Abelard in a team, this is one impossible fight. So there is a huge problem with this area.
I won't say it how it's okay if I manage the fight, because 99% of people won't be able to do it. This looks brilliant compared to bait. Oh. Rage of the arena. The moment you cross the portal, realize that something is amiss. The thousands of Drukhari all around you, towering bulk of abnormally bloated muscle, whose face is hidden behind a black mask. None of it fits its commissar's description of a quiet luck. You have brought good meat, you have done well, commissar. Examine the monster. The Hulk's body is crisscrossed by thick, ugly scars as if someone stitched him from different pieces. His huge muscles are disproportionately swollen and riddled with peculiar wire-like augmetics running under the skin. The backbone was freed from flesh and encased in a steely grip of spinal transplant, and the face hidden by a black helmet. Commissar, it's an ambush. The Commissar has betrayed us, my comrades in arms. This is a trap. How perceptive you should join the Inquisition. Impossible. You, it's your fault. I wanted to whack the fucker, but you're like, no. You will pay, treacherous serpent. You will pay for all our brothers and sisters. Graxida will rip out your throat with my own hands. Farewell, comrades in arms. Deceiving, manipulating, and nudging you toward your deaths has been an honor and pleasure. Foolish meat falls for the same trick every time. Here is what happens to you now. They're about to unleash fighters and beasts that will seek to eviscerate you, so try to survive until the end of the fight meet. No one is expecting more from you. But, should you kill something after all, do it painfully. Unless the master's craving for death agony is sated, they will release me into the arena, and you will regret that. Got it. This abomination says that our death is certain, but even in death there is choice, to be butchered like cattle or to die for the Imperium. Do not let the Xenos decide your fate. May you live this life with the Emperor's name on your lips. With a roar, some of the fighters make the sign of Aquila and prepare grenades. Their pale fingers clutch the pins as they steel themselves for a fight to the inevitable death, intent on taking as many enemies of humanity with them as they can. Pretty words, I hope your death will be pretty enough to match them. Off with you, meat. How am I supposed to do this? Oh, there's the space wolf. Let's go, you beast! Slaughter them all!
Come down here and try for real, you dirty tongue-tasser, you dog!
Ah, they fixed him. Nice. Nice. He's great now. It's so much better than in beta. And it's gonna get even better in 20-30 days from now. Oh man, I'm supposed to fight with injuries. Wow, Chimera. Where's Ulfar? Why are you fighting? Dear God. Oh, one wrong move, man. One wrong move.
Rejoice in service. Actions will speak louder than words. Let my enemies tremble at the sound of my
Fighting
steps.
under constant penalties.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Ah!
I'll do it. Escape the Emperor's judgment.
Ah!
Faith without deeds is worthless.
I will do my duty. Someone else can do this.
The Emperor commands. And so shall it be done. I will not be deterred.
I need every single buff that I can get on Argenta.
Actions will
She
speak
has to
louder than
survive.
words.
I think it was multiple waves. And it's not a joke.
Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it.
Sit. Oh, god damn it, with allies. Are you ready? Dodge it! There can't be too many winners. They're gonna turn against me. Freaking morons. Morons. You're morons.
The impure cannot escape
You
their fate.
are morons. Simple as that.
The Emperor commands.
Then, when you're dealing with morons, you need to wipe the morons out. -1. -1. That's how you deal with morons.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Hold your pants now. No, not me, not Argenta, don't.
I shall endure everything with unshakable faith.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. Faith without deeds. Life is a prayer.
Rage. Pain.
Doubt is for the weak. Rejoice in battle! I'll do it.
Marazhai has been granted the right to join the blood-stained proselytes, the Brotherhood of Champions. Don't tell me I'm supposed to fight Marazhai now. Shit. There's not enough of us. God damn, it's Marazhai and Ulfar together. Ulfar feeding over there on enemies of humanity. Arena Beast Claws.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Oh, man. The area reminds me so freaking much of Shinra, it's unreal.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Where to? What will you say now? That's the Sergeant Vigustus. I recognize him, I know his voice. Help me, we have to save the people from this torture. One of the Drukhari on board sneers upon hearing Argenta shouts, elicting a wave of approving cheers. Drukhari kicks one of the groaning bodies, blatantly savoring the distance between you. Impossible, Avelar shakes his head, looking at the prisoners. Aim and shoot at the figure that Argenta has pointed out. Avalanche aim and shoot at the engine. Be ready, we will need to act quick. Needs more polish, but it's nice. By some miracle, Sergeant Vigustus is still alive. His sides, forearms are impaled on the crooked spikes that cover the side of the craft, but his vital organs are intact. Drukhari know how to prolong their victims' suffering. The rest of these people were not as fortunate. Some have nearly bled out, while others succumbed to the rough impact. She hesitates for a split second as if to confirm that she is not imagining what she is seeing, then rushes over to the sergeant, lifts him out of the wreckage. She applies pressure to his wounds before turning her head to you and whispering. The game is 21 days away from the release. The version that I'm playing was made like 2 months ago. So they had nearly 3 months to polish all of this out, just so you know. Again the stranger, standing before you brings to mind a motley colored, long-limbed doll abandoned amid carnage and interest. The bright colors of his sleek costume seem comical against the unremitting gloom and hostility of this place. Only the sorrowful horn mask that hides his face and the dark hooded cloak he wears pay tribute to the overwhelming air of hopelessness. Every move the Xenos makes sings with theatrical precision and a predatory grace. We cannot decide if this person is an accomplished dancer or a master assassin. Or Xenos Sheffield, of course. How fucking else? How else? You've never heard of such Xenos before, but what is he doing in the chasm, and why is he standing before you now? This crib of putrid flesh offends your taste. Oblivion comes now, here its nocturne plays. I am the starlit strain that chills the soul, the peace that doom thrones pitches into dance. Here among them merchant vagabonds. Tread the steps I say, escape fate's grasp. Do you know anything about my companions, whose life so dearly does the merchant prize to boldly now disrupt night's melody? Pascal, amidst the shadows dancing around us here, a crimson streak I spied by flesh consumed. Malevolent but not his own, I fear, a vagrant languishing, alone and doomed. Iliad. To lose the pot and then by touch again discover it, such is the outcast slot. Parlous streets she treads a bloody trail that leads her on through pain and wickedness. Cassia, the one who mastered flesh mysteries, the soul's enigma is what plagues his mind. All those who glint unnoticed by the rest, he now holds prisoner within his hold. That business done, we must resume our dance. What dance? The steps you know already, vagabond, the knife-edged minuet you must perform. Between oblivion foes and your own friends, so heed my sonnet well, it holds the key. A melody of snarling agony, beguiling now, by rending flesh bewitched, through sinew, bone and grisly pagantry, it calls the blood-soaked drape to come unstitched. Haggard chorus in the hall behind, their flesh employed to serve the maestro's art. No prayer for mercy slips from throats confined, the baton sets the beat of every heart. And entrails are for him an instrument, and veins a living staff, sans parallel, yet that to him is no impediment, for corpses tunes to carry just as well. Spectacles of blood and gore forged past should crave your eyes to glimpse sun's light at last. Oh my god. Everything is perfectly clear. There is a certain master of flesh who conducts experiments on the bodies of others. He has a laboratory that can only be accessed by fighting in the arena to draw his attention. With his assistance I will be able to escape the chasm. Oh yes, and your name is Nocturnal Oblivion, have I missed it? The Xenos stills and looks at you intently. He is not accustomed to anyone so adroitly and quickly navigating his verbal labyrinths. That much is clear. At last you hear a low chuckle behind his mask, and the Xenos claps his hands slowly, saying only one word, bravo. An indigo ripple passes over the Xenos body and he dissipates like a bad dream.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
I really need Pascal. I can't fucking play like this. Now what? Idiot. The Eldari runs a hand over her face before turning to you. Her pale skin is tightly stretched over the bones of her skull. Her eyes have lost their glimmer, and her neck is buckled under an unseen burden. And yet you still recognize her. Irlet Lenevis, your former companion and the reason for your imprisonment inside these dark walls. Iliad glances at you, her eyes widening slightly, but that is the only change you detect in her tense expression. Whatever emotions she may be feeling, she is doing a good job suppressing them. Elentach. Look at the Drukhari surrounding Iliad. What is going on? Step back, Elentach. You have suffered enough. Did the monkey come for a taste of pain? Then you must have patience. Our little guest still has so much suffering to extract from the first victim. Your prey is far from empty. Iliad, do not hold back. The suffering overwhelms me no more. I cannot bear it any longer. She grips the blade in her hand and immediately winces. Her spirit stone is bleeding red glow. She touches it with an expression of anguish. Rip the blade out of Irlet's hands and kill Drukhari who just spoke. Irlet is my property and you cannot have her. Kill Irlet. The traitor's reckoning has come. Leave Irlet with Drukhari. I will leave you to your Xenos devices. Why are you doing this to her? Our little guest is learning that the art she and her kin lost eons ago. The art of delight that is free from meaningless taboos, the art of extracting rapture from another flesh against the will of its owner, the art of walking the path of the Drukhari. Isn't that right, my last Asuriani? The path of Drukhari. Once Iliad opens her soul to your ways, she will have a home once more, among our kind. If she refuses, well then she will have to give up that bauble she wears as flimsy shield against she who thirsts. But there is no cause for alarm. Once we're done here, our little sister will need her spirit stone no longer. Rip the blade and stuck it into Drukhari's head. That's it. I'm gonna slaughter all of you today. The Drukhari is still enthralled by the victim's torture to react in time. The blade goes through his throat and the Xenos collapses with a visceral ease. His skin moved to draw their weapons and freeze, transfixed by the sight of their brother thrashing in agony. From the Dark One's toy to a monkey's property, my path shows me no mercy, Elentach. Tell me, will your heart find the strength and resolve it takes to forgive me, to allow me to share the journey with you once more? We shall yet have a word about your deeds. Now, however, it's time to leave. Your right explanations and understanding are now ours to pursue, and yet your willingness to accept me back astounds me, Elentach, and it finds me equal part. Asurian, heed my word, will not fail your fate again. And now let us run away from the nightmares that reach their stings into the darkest recesses of my hurting soul. You got luck, you got Lord Xenos. That's all I can say.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
We need tech use, we need fucking Pascal. Now. And what happened over here where the commissar was? Two more and we're good to go. I just need to clear out my injuries. Will I play Grim Dawn 1-2 before you? No, I won't. I even doubt I'll have time to play the new DLC for Grim Dawn. We'll see. Commissar. My brothers and sisters, it is time for you to meet our greatest ally. Rogue Trader himself is part of the resistance. I ask you, how can we fail with someone so mighty fighting on our side? The maleficent Xenos have already tried to kill him in the arena, yet their efforts were not. The Emperor protects. Commissar gives his inspirational speech while looking you right in the eye without a shred of shame. His words draw smiles of amazement and exultation from the people around him. You've never seen any of them before. Traitor, you condemn them to death. You lied to us. I have come to exact retribution. Sister Argenta, what are these accusations I'm hearing? Could it be that the horrors of combat have rattled you so? Have you been blinded by the ensuing madness? Or has our cunning enemy poisoned your mind with some wicked influence? Argenta, I shall be the one to dispense justice, and I shall do so at the time of my choosing. Gesture at the resistant fighters. Argenta, stop, or else those who do not know the whole truth may suffer. Look at the checks. Look at the fucking checks. Succeeded. As you will, we're not finished here. This is not a pardon, merely a sentence stayed. You traitorous maggot. Yes, you got me, I'm a traitorous maggot. Just keep it down, will you? Why do you send people to the arena? Just trying to be useful. The witch cult of the Fatal Thirst enjoys the little show I put on. Killings don't amuse them at all much. They want something more flavorful. Those people think they're just a step away from salvation, and then they realize where they are. Combination of despair, pain of betrayal, horror, and broken hopes. It adds spice to their death agonies. So I provide the spice to the witches, and they give me equipment, food, and protection. I guess that means my work is appreciated. Tell me more about the arena. Arenas are the wellsprings of life in a hideous place. Drukhari are forced to feed on psychic energy born on pain and fear, or else they wither and degrade. That's why they go to these gladiatorial arenas. They're like feasts where Drukhari stuff themselves with people suffering. And witch cults are the rulers of these bloody carousals. The chasm is the turf of the cult of the Fatal Thirst, which is led by 3 succubi, Tazara, which is dead, Keikeros, and Sinistoria. Keikeros is typically the one in the charge of arena fights, while Tazara goes on raids to harvest new fighters. But it's no secret that Sinistora is the most fearsome and powerful of the 3. She's the one who forged the alliance between the cult of the Living Tempest, though for some reason she's been avoiding the spotlight lately. How did you manage to work out a deal with witches? I happened to find myself in the arena, and I did whatever I could to survive, which entertained the audience quite a bit. One of the witches, Tazara, took notice of me. She found me and said that I could serve them either with my brains and charisma or with my blood and guts, except Tazara seems to have forgotten all about me. Would Melice have dared to make a move if she hadn't? She must have grown bored. Sooner or later they become bored of everything. But I'm trying my best to win back her favor. Already have a few ideas for new little stage plays. Tazara is dead, you idiot. I miss her patronage, though the same can be said of her high-handed manner and her habit of using sharp objects to bring fun to any conversation. I just have to win over new patrons. Are you even a real commissar? Of course not. I can tell you from experience that I beat all the brains and imagination out of commissars during training. I was a nobody from a panel legion of Astra Militarium. But I did beat a commissar to death with a spade and take his uniform. Does that make me something of a commissar in your eyes? He chuckles in amusement. What did Melice do to cross you all on the truth? He robbed me of what was mine. When that scale freak realized I'd been left without a patron, he brought his gang to my den, this den, and took it away, my arena portal with it. Then he went on grazing on my pastures and snatching new arrivals who were supposed to be mine. What do you intend to do now? I'll keep supplying meat for the arena. Without Melice around, all human captives will be mine to collect. I'll have plenty of material to delight our gracious host with. I believe you have a problem. I survived. Is that a problem? You're not going to, I don't know, kill me, are you? That would be most unwise. Melice used to be the one who could get you things to survive, but now I'm taking over. If you kill me, who will supply you with good weapons, stimulants, armor? How about a deal? You take part in my show and I give you access to the stores of the Resistance. You just keep your mouth shut and your finger off the trigger. strike and leave a bloody wound on the commissar's face. Do not try to deceive me ever again, worm. He presses a hand to his face. The blood that is streaming through his fingers makes his heroic profile look even more so. That was fair, your lordship. You may be fake, but you have the makings of a true leader. People follow you, and as hollow as your promises are, the courage that you inspire is real. The Imperium needs people like you. Where's Maestro Flesh? I don't know anyone who goes by that moniker. Anatomical Opera. Tervantius, the Archmechanate. Who are you really? Born in a hive that was suffocating from overpopulation. You wanna know who I serve and who I believe, myself and no one else. How did you come to being, Commorragh? They were forming an Astra Militarium regiment on my planet. Thousands of morons bought the commissar grok shit about rations and the glorious duty that is protecting the Imperium. I wasn't one of them, of course. However, it soon turned out that those thousands of volunteers weren't enough. That's when the planet governor conscripted the entire population of the 17 hive levels, everyone who was of age. I lived on one of those levels. That's how I became a soldier, or to be specific, how I joined the Penal Legion. A regiment was branded from the start from heinous sect committed by one of our dead predecessors. When they left us to die at the hands of Drukhari, I decided I'd eaten enough crap out of the Imperium's hand. I beat our commissar to death and convinced my unit to surrender. That's how I ended up here. Why masquerade as commissar? First off, because it's ironic, and besides it's handy disguise. No one ever looks at a commissar's face. They look at his cap, his coat, his belt. Plus simpletons like my former fellow guardsmen think a commissar can't lie. Idiots, commissar always lies. You look like you're enjoying yourself in Commorragh. You seem surprised, you're the rogue trader here. You're the one whose former life was sweeter than this one. For a commoner like me, our beloved Imperium is just as much of a deadly, treacherous, deceitful place where everyone wants to use you and kill you. The only difference is nobody here demands that you jump for joy about the way things are. So yeah, I like the place more than my former world. Machinations. Wasn't your intention to kill Melice? The Viper is surprisingly hard to kill. He's chock full of life support augmetics. I figured a new pet would be a nice bonus to claiming victory and having the den back. Besides, new recruits need a target to practice their aim on, right? Melice looks horribly maimed. One of his arms has almost been ripped off and now is hanging on by a sinew alone. His acidic voice, however, is the same as before, and so is the bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. Just their aim. What about their close combat skills? Let me out, make me suffer. Pit me against 3 of yours, 5 of yours, unarmed. Good entertainment for your people, is it not? He's my trophy, you know, not yours, hand him over. When I will take turns torturing him instead. I'm not greedy. The Emperor doesn't like people who are. What do you think those people will do to you if I tell them what your true business is? Care to find out? Let's see who they believe. Their brother in arms who promises them an expeditious escape, or the highborn loudmouth with a concrete plan. Now that Augustus, aren't you worried that he might spill out your little secret? Do you honestly think that the incoherent blubbering of a cripple who just rescued from Drukhari imprisonment will convince anyone in here? Those monsters tortured the poor lad. He's been through so much. No wonder he's lost his marbles and sees traitors everywhere. Augustus is no fool. He knows I always come out on top. Now you know it too. Isn't that great? Let's see what you got. Chill out here. How do I fix my wounds? God. Medicaid is now 15% instead of 35. Just fucking epic, okay? Epic.
Lord Captain, I serve at your pleasure.
Look at the skill checks. How you feeling?
I fear, Lord Captain, that without the intervention of an experienced rejuvenate adept, I will not be able to overcome this frailty on my own. Blessed throne, it is hard to be a helpless old man. I always hoped I would die, long before the day my back and hands gave out. And look at me now.
You know anything about the place out there?
No, Lord Captain. And trust me, I hope to remain in this state of blissful ignorance until my dying day. Just knowing that this abyss exists at all is enough to poison my mind. It is possible. The Xenos Erliot could tell you something about this place. After all, she is in some way related to its denizens, and she is responsible for the fact that we are here at all.
Any thoughts on how we might get out?
I am sorry to say I do not. If we had our ship and crew at our disposal, we could be safely within its walls, conduct reconnaissance of this place, and in the end, meet our deaths in battle against the Xenos, as befits true servants of the God Emperor. However, we are deprived of our usual resources. Now we can only rely on our weapons and our wits. Have you spoken to Heinrichs? Since his release from captivity, he has scarcely exchanged 10 words with me. But I doubt he will keep silent, if he knows something that could help us.
See if we can win this bloody thing. I need my gear back. I can't play
Lord
without
Captain.
me. Thank God I'm an officer and I don't need gear that much, but still, it means.
Not once.
I know you fucking don't.
Lord Cap... Not once.
It is something though. We got 4 of them now. 3 of them, 4 with me. We need Pascal, Cassia, and that's it. All far.
Lord Captain. Not once.
Are you
Lord
serious?
Captain.
Come on. Come on.
I am a... Lord Captain. Not one.
I'm gonna file in a report this big. Fucking skill checks.
Lord Captain. Not
Fucking
once.
skill checks, man, in something that's supposed to cover lore.
Lord Captain. Not once.
Okay, first we heal up. And then we do the skill checks. Because right now it seems impossible. Just take a piss. Oczy. Tak? Nasze są znane. Major! Argenta's not voice acted here. We're gonna keep it for the main release then. And Irlet. Where is that Xenos? You.
You came back from the dark, Elentark? Unharmed.
Wanna know how you betrayed me, the entire plan, from beginning to end.
I have never trusted Monkey, Elentark. Especially after Moran told me it was your species that attacked Cruderak. I knew you were a traitor, but I didn't know you were so cruel. Moran told me it was your species that attacked Cruderak. Especially after Moran told me it was your species that attacked Cruderak. Especially after Moran told me it was your species that attacked Cruderak. As for you, you are one of them. By studying you, I tried to divine your thoughts, motives, and desires. But instead, found myself drowning in a maelstrom of emotions and choices. But when I saw a shard of Cruderach in your chamber, everything fell into place. Monkey lie. They hate me and my kin. You hate me, and use me as you see fit. Which is why I tried to find my dark cousin on the day he attacked Argonis. I used the commotion to slip away unnoticed, and wandered the streets like a shadow in search of its owner. My efforts were futile. I returned to the palace in confusion. I waited for my fresh wounds to stop aching, and for the watchfulness of the surrounding monkey to fade, like the mist on an autumn morning. I wanted to talk to you, to learn the truth. That monkey Achilles, there was something wrong about him. He kept disappearing at night, so one day I followed him. Achilles was contacting Marazhai, using an artifact that transmitted his master's orders. That is how I learned that the burnt monkey was about to betray you. Which meant my only chance to discover the fate of my homeworld was about to slip through my fingers. I could not wait any longer. I killed Achilles, took the artifact, and demanded answers from Marazhai. He hinted at where I could go to look for the truth. You know what happened next.
You kill Achilles.
My words will hardly console you, Elantark, but I killed the traitor. I fear the Dark Cousins left too many scars on his fragile soul. Your loyal monkey broke, so I gifted him a swift death, free from the shame of betrayal.
Did not presume to know what he was about to do.
I know. Believe me, I know.
So you betrayed me and learned nothing in the end?
Alas, my cousin fell out of favor with the Archon. But even so, I doubt Marazhai would reveal the truth. At least not before his dark soul was suffused with my suffering.
I still do not quite trust you.
Nor do I trust you, Elantark. One needs but to stretch out a hand to accept a friend. To accept an enemy, one needs to root out the thorny vines of doubt and plunge into the deep waters of fear. Those who walk the road of betrayal must also extinguish the raging fire of resentment. Are we strong enough for this? Well, you made the first step toward me, Elantark. I will reciprocate by making the second.
What happened? How are you?
My body has already healed. The wounds of the soul will heal one day too. For suffering is a part of our life, not unlike love and fear and the desire to learn. The paths help the children of Assyrian to endure any spiritual upheaval. And you, Elantark, did not allow me to stray from mine. For this, I am grateful. And yet, neither rest nor healing salves, or even our reconciliation, can soothe the savage turmoil in my soul, Elantark. Cruderach is lost, and the bud of truth never opened before me. What happened to my kinsman? What happened to my world? And why did the Dark Cousin tell me less than he knew?
What happened after your trial?
I was meant to share your fate, Elantark, and vanish in the Dark City's rotting underbelly. But the Flesh Master gave a different order. His twisted mind was beset by a question. Could a child of Assyrian be saved from the gaze of she who thirsts with intense re-education? By replacing the influence of my spirit stone with the heady tang of pain that nourishes my dark cousins. I donned the executioner's mantle. They allowed me to keep my spirit stone in exchange for the suffering of others. I survived, prayed for Asuryan's mercy, and hoped to escape before the stone cracked under the torrent of pain and terror assaulting my soul. Before the experiment was complete.
What do you know about the place?
Commorragh. This city grinds down the will of the strong and torments any who get tangled in its dark web. The fools are the first to die, and the shrewd perish regardless. I have never been here before. Few children of Asuryan manage to escape the Dark City without surrendering a part of their soul. So what is it that you wish to know?
Rules.
An ancient and powerful Drukhari named Astrubel Vect, the supreme overlord of the Cabal of the Black Heart, who reigns over all of the Drukhari with an iron fist. My dark kin consider him to be a living god. Much like your Emperor on the Golden Throne, Vect sits upon a throne of darkness and suffering that keeps Commorrah's disparate clans from disintegrating. I would not want to meet him if I were you, Elantark.
What about cities other than Commorragh?
There are no other cities, Elantark. The Dark City has no bounds. It is a tangle of countless nightmare domains subject to a single ruler. An endless amalgamation of ever-changing and immutable dimensions. You cannot grasp its tenebrous grandeur, for even my life will not be long enough to visit all corners of the Dark City and the realms that border it. But it hardly matters where you go. For death lurks on every corner.
How can we get out?
The Dark City is pierced by millions of spires, and a webway gate may be hidden in any of them. It is the only way out of this place, and an impassable obstacle to any who do not know how to operate it. I know, and will help you should you so desire. But do I have the answers that you seek?
Skip through this. Keeping it for the main release. And now she completely disappeared. Okay, it's unfinished. The rest are there at least. We need to go for Pascal. You don't receive experience at all. Stream went green. Great. People, it's 2 a.m. I believe that's gonna be it for tonight. We continue tomorrow. I get it, it's green, but I'm done.
I'm definitely done. I'm tired. I want to get some sleep. We're gonna continue tomorrow. Guys, thanks for watching. And I'll be seeing you back tomorrow, same time as today.